morning, everybody. Thanks for coming by. It's the Stanley Parable today, and also the Beginner's Guide. I think I'll have time for both. That's the plan. There we go. So let's get into it. No, you're not pregnant? What? Sorry, I shouldn't have assumed, but you were laying on a lot of clues there. That made me think that maybe. No time, start Yakuza. They just announced another one. Did they really? Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii? There we go. That's better. So this is familiar. I just went searching for Stanley Parable wallpaper.
Stanley.
I don't really know what it's referring to yet.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Would you break up with someone if they had been arrested for streaking 8 times?
Something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley.
I think I gotta draw the line at 7.
Something he would never quite forget.
It's too much streaking.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Hey, Dr. First, what's going on? Welcome. I have learned the magic of Microsoft Word and the book fold. Tell me more.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I hate
No matter how hard Stanley looked,
Mondays.
he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Who farted? Who has a novelty coffee mug? Who has multiple novelty coffee mugs? And if so, which one is your favorite? I like work. I just hate my boss. All right, that's a pretty brazen mood. Bring that to work. It's amazing. Remember back when computer plastic used to be flesh toned? I do. Yeah. And everyone was on board with the idea across the board, right? And then suddenly, ooh! I can make my own little booklets instead of printing 5 to 6 large pages. Hey, Silent Shelf, welcome in. How you doing? How is your internet situation? Any better? I don't. All my cups are a matching set. Yeah. Does that mean your coffee mug also goes with your other cups? Like, is that part of the set? When the mighty have fallen. Do I have a jump or anything? We don't jump at work. Actually, I don't know. How often do y'all jump at work? I jump a little bit more than most people probably. especially when I go into like kindergarten classes to teach. We do some jumping. We do a little bit more jumping than I think most workplaces might do. Hey, Frederick, good morning. How you doing? Welcome. Very excited to watch you stream this today. Went home sick with COVID today. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. How you feeling? Just when I think more inconvenient things can't happen to me. Jesus, you are having... You just got to believe that it's all happening at once, and you're going to get all this shit out of the way, and then it's going to be smooth sailing for a while, yeah? I have had periods like that, you know, when it rains, it pours. I guess if you're going to get COVID, get it at a time when other things, you know, aren't at their best. So you're not missing out on anything, I guess. I don't know.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I will say, like, I got COVID one time recovering from surgery, and part of me was like, I don't know, is this a good time to get it? I can't do anything anyway. But then no, because every cough was just racking my body
This
with
was not
severe
the correct
pain.
way to the meeting
It
room,
was
and
pretty bad.
Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
No, but I'm so sorry. What happened there? 1 second. You know what happens sometimes? Because I have 2 going now, because I have the one for, like, sound drops. This is a separate program. Here we go. Translation. Sometimes I deploy one bot and convince myself bots are done. We're all botted up. Good to go. But we're not. Welcome, Legion Bot. You haven't missed much. I feel like that's the real move. No matching dishware or utensils, all unique. Oh wait, no, my coffee cups are all from a matching set. They don't make my regular glasses. I was gonna be surprised. I've never seen that, like a set that includes coffee mugs. Usually those are separate from other dishware sets. I would have been impressed. Actually, so my current setup is largely that. It's a real mix of stuff because there's a lot of stuff left behind by the previous tenant here. I just ended up using a lot of their stuff. They left all kinds of bullshit. They also left a lot of trash. I spent like a week taking out like 11 large garbage bags of just like cosmetics and stuff. Like, it was really awful the way they just left a bunch of bullshit for me to clean up. But along with that, a lot of dishes.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
The gods are testing you to determine if you are worthy of having a...
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
I'm not gonna lie, as a teacher, and our break rooms, I mean, some schools might have a nice one. I don't. I never have. This looks pretty good to me.
Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
But it's a great place to catch up on chat, narrator. Gods are
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Gods are testing you to determine if you are worthy of having a morbidly obese corgi to take care of and help lose weight. I would love that. I would love a corgi. I would feel very... We would have to, like, do something, though, because they are already, like... I think... I don't know. Is that one of the dogs? Is that one of the breeds that genetically is prone to having, like, leg problems, like hip problems, because of their general proportions? I feel like they would be, but I don't know. Yeah, good reframe. It is okay timing. Missing a field trip and stuff at work. Oh, that's a bummer. Were you going anywhere good? But I was going to take 2 days off next week anyway for mental health. Here are my days off. Well, yeah.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Hey, Hey, Object Power, what's going on? Welcome. Sometimes I wish I would have picked a username that was a deep cut Arrested Development reference. You can change it. But aren't you happy with your deep cut Control reference? That even me, as a huge Control fan, did not perceive it. Perceive it first.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Oh, I wanted to... Okay. For once, I'm not going to recommend pausing. Having the game shame and insult you is much better. Yeah, I will never pause again. That was very good. Corgis need a lot of exercise. Yeah, can't let them get heavy because of the stubby legs. Yeah, I figured as much. Wait. Before we do that. Well, see, I don't know. I don't want to get backgated, but I want to see... Covered in clubs. That's a good one.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
I can never quite tell what Legionbug is calling you when you come in. Oh, Austin. Object of Power. So, OOP. Object of Power. It's a reference to... Actually, I can't even remember. Which Object of Power is that in Control? Yeah, my poor enunciation doesn't help.
My mistake.
Objects of Power are things in Control, and I guess the Remedyverse? It's the projector. Thank you.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Potential spoilers for Control. A game everyone should play. Everyone should play Control. Absolutely. One of my favorites of all time.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
But with a controller or keyboard? Control, either way works. I've done both. Is that what you're asking about? I've only played on a controller. I played on PlayStation 4 when it came out. I don't really enjoy this keyboard and mouse.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Give me a controller any day.
The meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'll take the lesser precision just for the joy of familiarity. What can I say? Creature habit. Is it possible to... Oh, I meant to ask. Yeah, how is the... It's hard for me to gauge when I don't jump into a game first. I'm like trying to listen to the main menu. And that's not always able to make it clear to me. Maybe bring both of these up a little bit. Let's see how that is. Yeah, please let me know how the volume is. Because I didn't want to play any because I figured... And I was right. Right from the get-go. There'd be some shenanigans. I think voice volume could be higher. Also, maybe subtitles if that's an option. Let's take a look. So it's just master and music. Should I just bring master up a little bit more? This game supports controllers. Look at that. Well, I'm in too deep now. Let's have a new experience here today. I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, no, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Kind of fits the vibe of the game anyway. Sometimes I just assume, and I shouldn't, like games from a certain era maybe don't have controller support. Because this is older, right? It's like 11 years old, 2013. I just hopped in without even testing it. This isn't like me. But yeah, let's just go with it. Inner guilt. Everyone knows what you did. They're just holding back to let you torture yourself. No, I don't think they know.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Subtitles is the perfect movie. Yeah, I should have had those on. Thank you. And is the volume okay now? Switch Pro, PS5, any Xbox controller. I know, I have one sitting right here. I even use it with PC games sometimes when they're so accommodating.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Sometimes you just wake up. Some days you wake up and
perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You don't try the controller. You don't deploy your bot. You just jump right into the game without thinking. I think even things like Joy-Cons work. Steam can even use the gyro for moving the mouse. Oh, I didn't know that.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Steam can use the gyro and PS5 controllers as well to move the mouse. Apparently great for aiming and shooters. Huh. I'll have to try that sometime. When was the last time you saved? Never. Is it just autosave? There's no saving?
I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Do you want the cheat code for the atomic hand grenade? Yeah, I probably won't use it right away, but maybe after we've rolled credits on the first ending. I know there are multiple endings.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't
that
recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Best friend and I are starting the final draft next week. I'll keep you posted on whether or not it's worth replaying the game for. Yeah, please do.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Even if, like, I do want to hear, even if you have a rave review of it, I don't see myself replaying Alan Wake 2. But maybe someday. I'll get the urge to go back to it. I do want to get into the DLC here soon, though.
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
I think playing with it with a friend was right the move. I don't know if I can. I was about to say too, like sometimes when when there's sudden very loud music, I can't like hear myself think, and I lose all ability to read, and just that. Oh my god. Maybe try that again. I think playing it with a friend was the right move. We would pass the controller back and forth.
Cut the music, go back, and look at that fern.
Both of us have ADHD and frequently just drift off. Being able to check Twitter for a minute without game stopping was really nice. Yeah. That does sound like a...
This fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
What's the last game everyone played with a friend passing the controller back and forth? It's been a while for me. I want to say it's Resident Evil 7, which was good because that game's intense. Horror games are a good way to do that, right? Okay, have I committed this to memory? As best I can. Music overload. That was it's just a cacophony of noise. Yeah. Pausing a game while playing solo can often lead to forgetting the game exists for hours. Yeah, I've been there for sure. Wait, cut the cheese. Alan Wake 2 earlier this year. Yeah. I figured that was your last one, although. Anyone else have any good ones?
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Capcom versus SNK 2, and that was back around 15 to 16 years ago on my old PS2. Yeah? Like, you were just passing off, what, like, taking turns through the arcade mode, or what was going on? We are thinking of doing Still Wakes the Deep after the final draft. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm curious. Let me know how that is. I've been wondering about it. I've been playing Inside by passing the remote back in. That's a good one. That's a good one to do. Yeah.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Taking turns beating the crap out of each other. Loser passes. Winner passes if winning over everybody in the room. Oh, I see. So just, yeah, okay.
You know what, Stanley?
So multiple friends.
Forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Yeah, that's a fun one, too. I'm trying to think. I've done that. Last time I did that was maybe Injustice 2, I want to say. Some friends and I doing that.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Unfortunately, I kept winning because I was the big fighting game guy in that friend group. Yeah, I never really played around with Capcom versus SNK much. But I know that's a favorite of a lot of people. Who's got... I think it came out, right? Is the Marvel vs. Capcom collection out now?
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our
I know that's
awesome
not
new
Capcom versus
story.
SNK. I'm just
no
thinking about it.
lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
So do we have any concept of a story here yet? What do we think? Story? I really did not know what to expect with this game.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Yeah, I'm starting to assume like there won't be a story. It's just going to be wandering through certain locations and sort of playing with the idea of, I don't know, the structure of game and gameplay and like player choice and agency and making jokes and bits and commentary on all that, maybe. The confusion ending. Oh, I think I fell behind. Let me see. This started with us playing the medium, but we didn't beat it in time. Game disappeared from Game Pass. Did you like what you played? I played the medium on Game Pass, actually, yeah. And even playing it that way, like it's a game I'm glad I didn't pay for. Which may have been a good thing. Apparently the moral of that game is that mentally ill people should just kill themselves. Oh, you actually, maybe you already told me. Yeah, that game has an awful message. In addition to that, I really, it's aptly titled The Medium. Like there was a lot of good stuff I liked about it, but overall as like an experience, very mediocre, and I was definitely tired of it by the end. Either that or the game has no metaphors nor allegory. It's just literal demons, which to be honest is almost just as bad. Yeah, I was so disappointed by that. Some very cool environments and monsters though, and I love the concept, you know, of like walking between these two realms basically, and having them play out in real time, but they just didn't do anything cool with that foundation, you know.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime...
You'll have a chance next year? Wait, sorry, what was that in reference to? Yep, might buy it tomorrow. Oh, for the Marvel vs. Capcom collection? Hell yeah. I might have to get that too.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Go the
No
opposite
matter how
direction?
hard Stanley
Oh, sorry, I
looked,
missed it. Did I
he
miss
couldn't
something?
find a trace of his co-workers.
I would love to buy the collection, but I'd probably only play like 2 or 3 games of the whole thing. Probably me too. I'm curious. Like, I think I played a lot of them, maybe once or twice at various arcades. I mix them up, you know, because they're all those, like, there's X-Men versus Street Fighter, and there's, like, the X-Men fighting game. There's a couple others that are, like, predate Marvel vs. Capcom. I have X-Men versus Street Fighter on the Saturn, which I can't actually currently play because my RAM expansion cartridge for the Saturn shit the bed. Don't know what's going on with that. And I think I have the first... I guess I have both Marvel vs. Capcoms on Dreamcast. But having them all in one place, conveniently, like on one console, is pretty good sell. So unless it's down to $30, no thanks, at least for now. Yeah, I don't know. What is it going for? What are they charging for that thing?
Came to a set of 2
I haven't
open
looked.
doors. He entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Oh, man. That's amazing.
Wow. Yes. This room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider.
What can I say? You tell me to go left, I gotta go right.
Yes. Really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Or did he? Stanley seems like such a silly little boy. It's so nice that all these games got a redo, though. Yeah, for sure. I'm not epileptic or anything, but man, it was just so painful to look at these games constantly flashing white for no reason. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Sometimes. I'm not either, but some of those flashes can get you. Do you really? I think Marvel vs. Capcom 2 on Dreamcast is worth a lot. It probably is. Yeah. Actually, I have... They're back in the U.S. I never got rid of them. And then I picked up the first one here on my Japanese Dreamcast at some point.
Stanley was so
found it on
bad
cheap.
at following directions. It's
Don't have the second one,
incredible
though,
he wasn't
currently.
5 years ago.
Damn, that room looks fine. Mr. Red-Eye, welcome. How is your teacher's lounge? I was actually legitimately admiring it. I've never had much of an employee lounge to enjoy in all of my various schools. Warning. Do not jump from the cargo while it is in motion. It will cause death. Cargo lift. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000. You know I'd be doing it if I had to jump.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I had to do it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It's like a game built around the concept of like
came to a set of 2 open doors,
accounting for the things I'm most likely to do.
The correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Maybe I should have gone left this time.
The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this? But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Hey, Parody, what's going on? Welcome back. What's up, homie? Wanted to stop by and say thanks for the follow. Yeah, I haven't been able to catch a stream yet. I think I'm in Japan. So I think when you're going, it's not my usual time to be on Twitch, but I'm hoping I can catch you one of these days soon. But yeah, I hope your streams have been going well. And thanks for coming by. We're playing the Stanley Parable today. I've never played it before. 13th Horseman in here
Stanley
requested
was so
this
bad
game.
at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
My teacher's lounge is awesome. TV, massage. What the fuck? Really? Massage chair, big icebox, and high-grade water filter on the faucet? We've got a couple extra chairs in the office. That's where we lounge.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
No worries, my dude. It's around midnight for you when I go live. Yeah. Japan, Marine, or oh no, I'm just
Stanley, your
I'm a teacher.
chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Came here originally just like a lifelong dream. To be honest, kind of just the ultimate nerd odyssey, yeah. Got to go to the homeland of some of my favorite stuff. You have been so petulant so far. Expected that trend to continue. Yeah, I was saying, like, a game just built to, like,
That's her, Stanley.
account for
You need to be the
me being
one
the
to
way I
do
am,
this,
and just like, no,
to
no.
reach out
And
to
have
her.
hilarious dialogue,
If
narration.
you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Oh, Stanley, is that you?
Brew.
Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you
Gotcha.
waiting.
Scared you.
I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven.
Scared you.
All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife? Who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Skipped a message? Oh, did I? Oh, wait. Surprised you didn't try jumping off the walkway. Not gonna lie. I considered it, but I thought, you know what? Maybe this time just progress. But heads up, strangest game of Astrobot I've ever seen.
This is a very sad story about the
Yeah?
death of a man named Stanley.
Do I? Wait a second. Oh, this is under Astrobot. I thought I changed that. Thank you. Whoops. Wow. I appreciate it. That was I'm so petulant. I won't even commit to playing the right game.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Oh yeah, you are playing Astrobot at the moment. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I think I changed the stream titles when I started this morning, and along with forgetting to deploy bot, I forgot to change that. Just everything's going well today. Everything is progressing. Nothing you do is your choice. Free will is a lie. Your life is scripted. No, I refuse. I refuse. Stanley was such a negligent employee that he even forgot to change his game. Hate to high and by, but got a twerk alert. Have a great stream. Thanks for coming by. It was great having you for a little bit. Hope you have a great rest of your day.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
I made my family disappear.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Gonna be fine.
You see?
Fine.
Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make
made a huge
rules.
mistake.
I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again. and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Avoiding work, are we? You got me. It's so brilliant, right? Like, that last bit, that last scene, constructing these elaborate fantasies, and yet the fantasies are all composed of the detritus of normal existence. It's just the workplace remodeled, reassembled. You know, it's all built on, like, it kind of just shows how often, like, a lot of our fantasies are kind of like lacking in imagination when you really look at it.
And Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
They're composed of the same materials, the same experiences as normal existence, just like slightly re-engineered into something a little bit more exciting. Wait, life is meaningless? All I can say is in high school I had a teacher that introduced me to existentialism and had me read Waiting for Godot, and I was never the same afterwards. I never got back I never got that person back that existed before I read that. We lost a little innocence that day.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'll do it. Existential dread is something I experience so frequently. Comes up lots in therapy. What does it? Like, I'm trying to think, like, things that will, like, kick it off. It's not related. Like, looking at the cosmos, stuff like that, you know, you just, like,
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
The insignificance of it all. This kind of stuff does it, for sure. Looking at anything like this in my life, I feel it. I feel the dread. It sets in. What is this all for? What the fuck is all this for? I don't really get existential dread when thinking about stuff like that. I do start feeling something when I think about death, though, or the concept of nothing. Yeah, honestly, I brought that up as an example. For me, like, I remember as a kid, like, facing the idea of eternity for the first time. Like, I remember the exact moment when I grasped the concept for the first time, and it horrified me, and I almost, like, collapsed. Like, I couldn't take it. It was too much. But it's more like this kind of stuff that really does it. Like that, you know, you compare yourself against the cosmos, and it's like, on one level, yeah, I'm insignificant and it's meaningless. What does it really amount to in this infinite universe? But then, relative to me, it's all meaningful, right? And that's kind of a beautiful thing, too, like this vast cosmos that is functioning independent of you. Things like this really set it off. Push for funding for R&D of new coffee machine. Standardized graphs, 40 times wide. Get Chris out of the broom closet. Not cost efficient. Ongoing. Hire someone to synergize papers. The word synergy does it for me. I can't take it. Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are too synergized. Fire paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper synergizing guy. Who moved my desk? Please keep the targets on the topic of... The future was yesterday, tomorrow is now. Tomorrow, complete today's unfinished agenda items. Write next day's agenda. Reflect. It's like that scene in The Stupids with Tom Arnold when he pulls out his little notebook out of his pocket. I'm trying to remember. He's got like a list of like absurd, meaningless to-dos, and he crosses each one off. I can't remember the exact sequence, but I remember the last one is, say that seems pretty silly, but whatever. And he crosses it off like, well, that seems pretty silly, but whatever. Any Stupids fans in chat today? Yeah, more the concept of nothing. It really does kind of suck to have to create your own lessons, documents, and printouts. Oh, let me tell you what. Yep. I remember the days fumbling when I started first making lesson plans for the first time before I had any like idea how to do them efficiently. It was just like coming up with different templates all the time, wasting a lot of time. So yeah. Sometimes I try to get what nothing is, and it's just uncomfortable. The idea that at some point there will be no more workable energy in the universe and everything will just be still, unmoving, unchanging without life forever. Yeah, that's the exact idea that broke my brain.
Stanley just stood there doing nothing at all. He seems to think I have nothing better to do with my time than to sit around and describe every fascinating little detail of his inability to do anything. This is why Stanley and I are on such good terms.
So eventually, how humans have existed for a tiny span of time compared to the universe, eventually everything that has ever been will be like that. Yeah. And at the time, I was raised as a Christian. I still at that time, because I was raised to believe that there was a God. So I was within that framework, but then eventually hit the point but wait, what was before God and what comes after God, and what, is asking questions at church and getting answers. They told me oh, well, before God there was nothingness or something. And I couldn't figure out what that looked like, and trying to consider it, trying to imagine that. It was too much for my little brain. Thinking about puppies makes it all better. There we go. Yeah. Find eternity in the puppies. I think that's the right
Coming to a
answer.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I believe what you were referring to is a mystery. It is. The great mystery. Yeah, just but I don't know, do other people remember when they first questioned things that they took for granted, as a child? To be I don't know, 5 or 6 years old, and to actually for the first time face the idea of but wait. Until now I just I ask questions and adults explain them, and okay, that works that way, but then how does it work before that starts to work, or after that stops working? And
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley
unknown,
was once
right?
again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
I can place the exact room I was in. I know the exact moment. I don't know. Is that a strong memory for other people?
What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
There will be a trillion years of stuff, energy, life, etc., and then an eternity of none beyond that, right? Unless that theory is wrong, of course, which would be nice. It just feels weird for life and energy to just be a finite thing in the
Stanley just sat
lifespan
around
of the
twiddling his
universe.
thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Would you rather have a puppy or an atomic bomb? Atomic puppy. Ooh. Yeah, can I get the best of both worlds?
2845.
Of course I pick puppy. I don't know what I would do with an atomic bomb. It seems like a burden I'm not ready to bear. There's a whole, you gotta find a place to store it, and that's not
But
easy.
it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Alright. I was ready. I was about to. I was ready to finally. I wanted to hit the buttons. I love sleeping, so sleeping forever sounds baller as fuck. What I find interesting is that the Big Bang isn't exactly anti-Christian. Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways to marry the two, right? Especially if, the more literal reading you do of scripture, the harder it gets. But if you're willing to take a lot of stuff metaphorically, which I think is the way it was intended, then I don't see any issues there, really.
Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now? when for years it had never occurred to him. This question would not go unanswered for long.
But sleep is something. Nothing is nothing. That's true. I feel like that would just be... It would be just like you aren't existing. Yeah, nothing is nothing, not darkness, not sleep, just nothing. I know, it's like... You can't even really conceive of it, because if you start to conceive of something, that's something. Your ego is now in it, you know? It's almost
Stanley
it's
walked
the impossible thing to
through
conceive,
the large
right?
door that read Mind Control Facility.
Like if you were in deep sleep and your mind was shut off, it would be like you aren't existing. I gotta go in the facility. I can't escape before I know what's going on in here.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
You don't know what nothing is. It is merely speculation, and the closest analogous concept we have is deep sleep. Yeah, what if nothing has a lot more something than we've thought?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Ads in 2 minutes. Luckily, I won't have to think about all this stuff forever. At some point, it won't exist anymore. No more existential dread. Nothing is scary, to be honest. Yeah, it's terrifying, right? Nothing is terrifying. I hate thinking about it. It makes me feel terrible, right?
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Why be afraid of nothing? You already experienced it once. Yeah, and I didn't know any better at that time. Now I know. Now I know, and it terrifies me. Not really. I've only experienced my life. Yeah, I think we're talking about like
But here was the proof.
cognition
The heart of the
experiences, right?
operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy.
Biological
or sad,
components
or
of me
content.
experienced it, but
Walking,
I
eating,
didn't really.
Working, all of it
The I,
monitored
like the
and
ego
commanded from this
I within
very
me.
place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
because it's not even like the ego thing, you know, like kind of like the more, I guess, I don't know, like Buddhist take, like not even, you can get into like specific like reincarnation stuff, but even just like energy is malleable and transferable, you know, and like I might cease to exist, but it's like a flame passing from one candle to the next, you know, maybe my candle melts down, burns away, there's nothing left, but like the energy within the flame passes on to something new. Whether that's like reincarnated into something else, or it's just like out there in the universe to be, I don't know, to float somewhere else, or just out there in the ether, whatever it is. But like, we're not even talking about that. You know, I can get my head around that. Like, there's still a functioning universe, and there's still energy transferable, and you know, I pass away, and if I let go of the ego, I can come to terms with that. But no, nothing is nothing. That's the scary part for me. everything ceasing to be, because I can't even conceptualize it, you know? You were nothing before an inconceivable amount of time before you were born. Deep thoughts to consider on a commercial break. Hey, Amazon, get in here and distract us. Google, peddle us a product. Take our minds off of infinity. It's too scary. I want to look away. Let's commerce. Let's commerce. And just, yeah. You don't have to think about eternity when you got something on the way, a package, or some money burning a hole in your pocket and something to spend it on. Yeah, I'm going to let those ads roll. So, be right back in like a minute. See y'all then. All right, thanks everybody for hanging around. Hey, Sumi, kite kurete. Kite kurete. There we go. Arigato. Welcome. How you doing? Thanks for coming in. Playing the Stanley Parable. Have you played this before? All this because you wouldn't walk through the left door. You know me. Did you expect me to? Did you expect me to walk through the left door? At least right away. This is the left door. Yeah, that's true. I did come here eventually, but it took me a while. Redeem stream wedding if when you get married. Stream of what? Of the wedding? I think this actually started after left door, so I blame left door. If we just started there, though, the existential dread would have passed by now. Oh, I've let it linger because I've lingered. The commerce told me to buy perfume, then DoorDash. I can't do what I'm supposed to do? What do I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. I mean, it's signaling for me to go there, right? So just keep playing the way I'm playing, I guess. Is that oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? Oh no. What? All right. Let's see. Yeah. Oh boy. God. Yeah. Okay. I was like, is this? Do I have enough? Do I have enough line? How am I gonna do this? Give me a second. How does this work? All right. Let me catch up on chat while I try and figure out how I'm gonna play this with my feet. The commerce told me to buy perfume, DoorDash, shop at Home Depot, eat Lucky Charms, watch Transformers, drink Red Bull, invest my money in New Bank, and play Diablo. All that? Man, that was a productive ad break. Okay. Can we combine some of these? Because that's a lot to do. Can we DoorDash? Is DoorDash just for restaurants? I've never used it. Can you DoorDash like things from Home Depot and also get perfume and Lucky Charms? Maybe you could do a lot of that by way of DoorDash. While you're waiting on DoorDash, you watch Transformers while enjoying a Red Bull. And just, it's going to be hard to tear your eyes off the screen of Transformers, I'm sure. It's going to be so exciting. But if there is a lull in the action, that's when you look around for a new bank. Yeah? It is a game everything is intended. More paralysis. It is an impossible ban. The only way to abide is to quit the game, but even that is accounted for. I know you're on keyboard. Yeah. Okay. So wait. Really, the issue is like this isn't long enough to reach the floor. Oh man, here goes everything. Or is it? All right. 1 second. No. Okay. It can be done. It can be done. All right, geez. Let's see. We're okay. 5 minutes of playing with a keyboard that's upside down with feet. And also the mouse. That's also. Oh, this is gonna really break my brain. Okay, wait a second. So yeah, hands up here. I can't even. Where'd the game go? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, Jesus. This might be truly testing my limits more so than anything else thus far. Another reason to always be on controller. Okay. Okay. But your legs are long enough to. I was considering that, but then like I need to recline. I don't know. There's no good answer, really. So my ban was a joke about the entire concept of video games. It's a very good ban. I can refund you the points though. I don't want you to waste them. Not that it was a wasted comment. Okay. Okay. Shit. Jokes are worth points? Okay. I'll let it stand then. It was good. Wait a second. Okay. I just imagine a world in which I had to purchase what every ad shows me, and that might have given me more anxiety than existential dread. That would be an interesting experiment. Kind of like there was that Jim Carrey movie, Yes Man, but kind of like some kind of thing like that, where like every product, maybe we don't have to do it like, we could actually do something good with that idea. Like maybe you have to take every recommendation that someone gives you. Or something like that, you know? If someone recommends a movie, like you got to see this, and you don't just say, oh yeah, I'll have to check that out. You say, okay, I'm going to go start it right now. I'll let you know in about 2 hours how I feel. I had plans to play Abiotic Factor with my friend, so I'll be lurking. I don't know that, but I hope you enjoy it. And thanks for lurking. You're not missing much here. We're not getting anywhere. This is maybe the hardest setup to do with feet that and it has happened before. Shit. Okay, wait. Okay. With Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, I think it was. But having the mouse and the keyboard upside down is an additional factor that is a lot to... Okay. This is not where I need to go. But I've proven I can make it somewhere. Intentionally. So there is that. Now, I don't think you could go through the right door even if you wanted to. Alright. Can't wait to show my supervisor what I've done. I feel like I've revolutionized a few things. More so with the documents. Hell yeah, congrats. There was a movie kind of about something like that. Yes, Man. I think this is the movie. I'm not going to even attempt to find my way to that link.
And when at last he found
until I'm back on my hands, but the Jim Carrey movie?
His duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Yeah. I remember not really thinking the movie was that great, but I like the idea.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty.
Here comes the existential dread.
Was it over?
Oopsie.
Yes.
Existential dread is
He
back.
had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved.
Oh.
Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Ah, hands. Sweet, sweet hands. Thank you, Sodenbori, as always, for giving me a new life experience. Existential hands.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
We did it. Steam achievement. That makes me very happy. Gamer score up. So I'm assuming there's absolutely nothing else to do in this game. We did it all, right? That was it? We escaped the dread. Was that the good ending? Did you just get a good ending on the first try? Successful stream. Time to move on. Next game. Next.
All of his co-workers
More
were...
to play. More
No,
to buy. More
this
to
isn't
own.
the right office, is it? Is
More
this
to have done.
Stanley's office?
I don't want to do it. I just want to have done it. You know what I mean? That's what I'm really looking for in life. To have done the experience. The doing it bit, that's just the stepping stone on the path to having done it. Yeah, I don't know. Was that the good ending? Maybe you shouldn't know. Like, y'all shouldn't tell me.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm not sure if you've heard of Doug, streamer and YouTuber. I have not. But for any that have heard of him, his brother made this game. Oh, really?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Oops.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Indoors monthly. Help. I can't find my cat. Could he be outdoors or indoors? What wallpaper should I put in my kitchen? Why do I have this dream where I'm always falling, then my teeth fall out, maybe? Teeth fall out? Oh, teeth fall out, and my dog turns into my mother, and she speaks to me, maybe in a language I can't understand. What do we do with that one? What are we doing with that one? Shapes. Exclusive. Mike James talks about his new box. Is the cone the new triangle? I think it's... Is that what it's saying? Business strategy. Oh, up or down? Let's go down. The music. Is it because I tried to go down? I already know the answer. Yep, okay. You got me. You got me. I was in there for a decent bit. I'm like, wow, this is a very long elevator ride. But we'll have to get there eventually. Alright.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
What's everyone's favorite
Soothed and rejuvenated,
New Age
Stanley
music?
calmly walked forward.
Who's going
into
Enya?
the opened passageway.
Who's going Enigma? I once saw a video about the physics of a game, and in that game, elevators worked by keeping you stationary and moving the entire map up and down. So now, whenever I enter an elevator in a game, I wonder what is moving, the map or the elevator. Huh. I think I'm gonna have to start doing the same. That's wild. Moving the map is often easier. That's crazy. I didn't ever really consider that until now.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
In Fallout 3, there's a train sequence, but the game doesn't really have vehicles. Instead, it's an NPC, and the train car is clothing. I gotta see more about this. Really? That's wild. Okay. Many times in game design, it's not about making some complex thing. It's about the appearance of something doing something. Yeah. The only thing that really matters is that you make it seem like something is happening. Whether or not it is happening doesn't matter. It's like being in the car wash. You know? Like the mechanical ones that... Well, actually, this is similar to the previous comment, right? Like, there are the kinds that you park your car on a track and it moves your car forward. Right? Sometimes the whole mechanism moves around your car.
And yet it would be just a few
But
minutes
from inside the car,
before Stanley would restart
illusion
the
of
game
movement.
back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
It's like a show or movie, yeah. We're in the cave looking at the shadows on the wall.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Is that what kids mean when they say they want to grow up to be a train conductor? I get this a lot when I go into classrooms with like 3 and 4-year-olds, and I ask them the question, like, what do you want to be when you grow up? And they're just like, I want to be a Shinkansen. Like, oh, you want to drive a Shinkansen? Like, no, I want to be a Shinkansen. Oh. Or like, I want to be Anpanman. I don't know if y'all know Anpanman. Like, I want to be like a cartoon character. It's very funny. You have actors looking like they're doing a thing, but they are actually acting. Yeah. Office layout. This blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the 2 doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development, though the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. In Elden Ring, the putrescent knight uses his weapon with 2 hands, but actually he wields 2 weapons, and it switches which one is visible whenever he swaps hands. Huh. Corridor. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. This corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the 2 doors in a good time. Employee database. Man, the hours I spent playing that Solitaire, that version of Solitaire. Who's with me? Yeah, what other work does anyone know? This narrator? He's fantastic. Who is everyone's favorite narrator in anything? Anyone have a favorite narrator? In a game, in a movie? A book on tape? Button sounds. A selection of the sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. Let's check it out.
Wix のスマートな AI 機能で理想のウェブサイトを構築。あらゆる
I might have to, yeah, I'll check this out after the stream then. To give it my full attention. I like it when you can meet the narrator in the game. It's always good. I think my personal favorite is still Disco Elysium. I don't know if there's any topping that. It's just so incredible. And truly expansive narration. It comes in a variety of forms and voices. When Radon does lots of his attacks, his horse disappears underground, still a part of his model, just hidden. Like when it becomes a meteor? Huh. Boss's office. See, screens from the development of the boss's office. Office clock. Wish I could play Disco Elysium forever. It's one I want to replay. I could definitely listen to that narrator forever. An early version of the underground portion of the game. The game reveals the most interesting cosmology to you. Narration outtakes. Kevin Brighting, the voice of the narrator, recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over the 2 years of development. These are clips from early takes that were not used in the final game. Alec Baldwin has a very good narrator's voice. He narrates the Royal Tenenbaums very well. That might be up there in terms of movie narrators. That's what I'm starting after Norco. Now that Black Myth is done. Oh yeah? Have you not played it before? Is this going to be the first time for you? And also, have you already started Norco? Are you playing that right now? I like Norco pretty good. This was the very first incarnation of the freedom ending in the game's alpha. I have. Not sure how far into it I am at this point. Countdown desk. One of the desks from an early version of the countdown ending. They didn't have to make the setting so interesting. It could have just been Earth or a similar planet, but instead they made the world so weird in so many ways, like the Pale. It's incredible. Like, and I just, you know, and you do. You just listen to the vast history of all of these nations and like wars and, you know, eras of history in this fictional setting. Like, they really went all out in that world building. It's and like not even just like as a history. And then you meet characters like, now what does fascism look like in a world like this? What are the hierarchies that this truck driver believes in, given this historical background? It was wild. They just like, I had to let everyone keep talking for hours to exhaust every, like, it's a game that I truly needed to exhaust every conversation, every character, until there was nothing left, because it was all so good. The voice actor from Bastion is phenomenal. Ooh, that's a good narrative. Yeah, that's a good one. Great voice. Escape menu. For a long time, we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized this was what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. Sucks that we aren't getting more Disco Elysium games, at least not from the OG devs. I know it. That sucks. That's a real crime. It is. And there was sort of like hope there for a little bit, but it seems to have been thoroughly dashed. But, again, in a world where Tango comes back in some capacity, and we get another Hi-Fi Rush potentially someday. In a world where Shenmue 3 exists, I always have to maintain faith that never count anything truly out, you know? Maybe. This screenshot depicts an early version of the ending known as the Zending, which was eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. The Zending levers. These levers were originally part of the Zending. The player would pull a lever, and the narrator would describe what color lever they had pulled. I haven't beaten the game. I feel like I've barely played it. I just get stuck listening to people talk about whatever, and then I feel compelled to Google stuff from the history of that world. Got to start a new playthrough and commit at some point. I can see why, but I can see how you would end up in that situation for sure. Yeah. But you do need to see that one through. It's just too good to not finish. One of the most emotionally affecting, maybe not like endings, but like last acts, I guess I would say, in any game ever, to me. We don't think Hi-Fi Rush 2 is going to make us money. Kraft and CEO Chang'an C.H. Kim says Tango Gameworks acquisition is about legacy. Although they did not have a big success in their games, we saw many creatives worth pursuing. That's why we wanted to work with that organization. We can't acquire Tango Gameworks based on their financials or their numbers, right? We don't think Hi-Fi Rush 2 is going to make us money, to be frank, but it's part of our attempt. We have to keep trying to develop games in the spirit of challenge-taking. Tango Gameworks are creative. They want to try something new, and we want to do more of that. Making video games is really a hit-or-miss industry, and that is risk-taking. But having more project lineups is actually a way to mitigate risk, because one of them might work out. Yeah, thank you for sending that. I don't know. It's going to have a lot of goodwill going into that set. Like, a lot of people are going to be excited about that sequel. Yeah? I think, what do we think? Is it just wishful thinking? I feel like it could be a hit, though. And it's not going to be, like, on Game Pass this time, which definitely negatively impacts how it's going to do in sales. Trailers. We ran 4 major teaser trailers over the course of the game's development, each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one, released in May 2012. It features a series of broken rooms and the voice of the narrator, informing viewers that he is preparing a new version of the Stanley Parable. I've heard mixed things about Crafton, but all this stuff about Tango is making me hopeful. Yeah, I think I'm just, I don't know what to say, right? It's like, I don't really put any faith in any companies now, I don't assume things are going to work out, but as long as something exists, there's hope, and so whatever situation allows like a developer to continue to exist and potentially, like, there's a possible future, then I count that as a positive, even if I don't really have any reason to have much faith in like who's owning them or like how long term is whether this is going to work out or not. Because even like Microsoft acquiring some of these potentially was a positive, right? It was allowing certain devs to exist and giving them funding for a while, that might not have made it otherwise. You don't really know, but and then look how that worked out. So you never know how these things are going to turn, but you just hope. Yeah. They bought Tango, rehired as many people who were laid off as they could. Talks about legacy and creativity being more important than making money, even going so far as saying they doubt it will be profitable. Yeah, again, they're saying a lot of good things, but then again, I remember Phil Spencer saying a lot of good things in the past. Yeah? Look how that worked out. Yeah, so I don't know. But they exist, and that's a good thing. So I'll take it. Because I want that second game. From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office over time. The first was created in November 2011, the second in March 2012, and the third in February 2013. Museum ending is one of the first I got as well. I'm glad it wasn't the very first one I got. From Art, subject, regarding your game in the works. Dear narrator, I appreciate the previous... I wasn't done. Narrator emails. Am I Stanley? Are you spying on me? Why? How? Question mark, what? Are you gay? From Dink Dunk. The second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. Dear narrator, how do you stay in shape? Michael the Rock Martin. While we had initially planned to use these in further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of those emails. I want to tell you I like the Stanley Parable as much as I like seeing a humorously small badger in swim trunks. Well, the thing I want to know is, what would you do if Stanley entered any other rooms? I think the first one I got started with jumping off the elevator thing onto the walkway underneath. Like you, I refuse to listen. Even just standing on that platform compelled me to jump. You gotta do it, right? More endings, fewer endings, more narrators, fewer narrators, more Stanley, less Stanley. Am I going crazy? Maybe it is in the same image. Was that clock there before? I don't remember. How do I go back? Can you check for me? Warzone. Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. I didn't jump to my death, though, not until later. Alright, so the way out of here now is... I think there was one area over here that I didn't pop into, I think. Was it down in here? No, wait, that's... here, right?
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
The COVID chills have begun?
Can you
oh,
see?
no.
Can you see how much they need
How you
one
feeling
another?
otherwise?
No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But Listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 42.
Maybe I shouldn't have done that. I thought it might account for that choice of me quitting. Maybe it has. Mostly congestion and just tired. I napped for 3 hours after I went home from work. Hopefully it doesn't get too bad for you. This is... You might have said. Sorry if you did. How many times have you had it before? For me, the worst part of COVID is that my teeth started itching and there was no way to scratch your teeth. Oh my god. How do I unread a chat message? That's pretty bad. I don't know that I really had that, but it wouldn't have been the worst part. I really... Like, I've had friends that like, oh yeah, I didn't even know I had it. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I got so sick. I've had it twice, and God, it just rocked my world. It's so awful.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No, I
This
didn't.
was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
What else can
Perhaps
we do over
he
here?
wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It's your second time? Okay.
Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
It was awful. My gums also itched, but that just made brushing my teeth feel real nice. You've had it 4 times. Oof. Has it gotten easier every time?
And so he detoured through
Like, the second time for me
section,
wasn't as
walked
bad,
straight
but
ahead
it
to
was
the
still
opposite door and got back on track.
awful. Really sick.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
What sucks is just recently I was thinking about trying to get the latest booster. Oh, man. First and fourth time were bad. First was really bad. Fourth was just bad fever and worse sense of smell and taste. Second and third were easy. Interesting. I didn't really look at this last time I was in here.
Stanley just stood there doing nothing at all. He seems to think I have nothing better to do with my time than to sit around and describe every fascinating little detail of his inability to do anything. This is why Stanley and I are on such good terms.
Anyone ever have to fill out a boss appreciation document? Or maybe just like a boss rubric? Evaluation rubric?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
One of the schools I worked at in the past, in the US, we had to fill out self-evaluation and also like our coach and our various like assistant principal evaluation rubrics. Just constant creation of data. There was so much data just swirling around me all the time. It was miserable. Like being in that situation, like I don't
But
know
Stanley
how
just
honest
couldn't do it. He
should you
considered
be?
the
Is it worth
possibility
it
of facing
to-
his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe He thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Hey.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
I know I fell behind a little bit here. We just had the narrator going. So, yeah, second and third were easy. Should probably get a booster. The fact that the fourth time was so bad probably means I should. Yeah. You think you should? I think it fucked up my lungs as well. I get out of breath walking to the store that is 2 to 3 minutes away. That's rough. I've heard. I think I've been lucky to not have any lingering effects. Genuinely do love my boss. Best boss I've ever had. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Actually, like, the process of the evaluation process was always weird to me, but there was like that part, like, I don't know, should you be as honest as you might like to be? Because, like, you're gonna have to discuss this with your boss.
Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
But I've been lucky to work for, I've had a range of experiences in my past, but I've been lucky to work for some pretty good schools in the mix. It's a major component of my job. Several times a year I have to do self-evaluations. They actually are a major factor in whether or not I get promotions. I'm trying to think, like, how regularly. I want to say, like, every semester I was doing one at one of the schools. I think I was always, like, extra hard on myself. Like, I'm not going to go into this meeting with my boss and, like, it would be embarrassing if I thought I was, like, you know, excelling at something that I'm not. So, like, I'm going to actually be a little extra hard on myself. Some of these metrics. Which was usually, like, sometimes the feedback I got, like, why are you rating yourself so low on this? Like, I don't know. It's better to have you say that to me than the inverse, which would be like, you really think you're doing that well, huh? You know? Funnily enough, I didn't mind the fever either time. I just slept for 20 plus hours, was weirdly comfy. Really? If it was just a fever, I wouldn't mind it, but all 4 times my teeth itched. And that generally is one of the worst things I've ever experienced. That does sound terrible. I woke up completely drenched in sweat after my long nap. Not very cozy. Yeah, that's my experience with fevers. Miserable. Just sweating buckets. You know, can't get cool enough, can't get warm enough.
When
Can't
Stanley
stand in any
came
position
to a
for
set of
too
2
long.
open doors, he entered the door on his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I'm trying to think of what else I haven't
Stanley
maybe
felt
explored on
lightheaded,
this side.
butterflies in his stomach. Giddy in a way he had but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Same for me, but for some reason the sweat didn't bother me at all, which is weird since I normally hate being sweaty. 4th time was not that long ago, like last month. And you've had it twice? Okay. Oops. So I've written that down. I've been through here.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Maybe I can get somewhere else by way of this.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
This is the walkway you were talking about earlier? Yeah, I figured. Had to get
Now
in there and
listen
try
carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
it. You know where I'm going.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Maybe my love of the cold saved me. I just slept without any covers and was constantly really cold, which I just loved. Okay. An elevator thingy? Go blue. Fuck the narrator. That's right. Go blue.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Adds in 2 minutes, 37 seconds.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
1. I was going to go 5. Just to prove them wrong.
Aha!
More choices.
You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that.
I should have gone with 1, huh?
Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Oopsie.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective?
Ads. I'm going to snooze you for just a few. I don't want you to interrupt this new game we just found. Oops. Oh.
Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
We found a sound that's worse than baby crying. It's the button. Oh my god. Stream doesn't end until we hit 4 hours. We're gonna do it for 4 hours, and I'm gonna follow it up with Desert Bus. How about that? Just a nice 12-hour stream with 2 all-time beloved experiences. Okay, I can't take it anymore.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a
There's a
single
baby in
thing
the
that
room.
might
There probably is
improve the
shit everywhere.
experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
I should have chosen 5.
Well, Stanley, is this any better? At last, the one thing you've always desired. A game I had absolutely nothing to do with. But is it enough? Tell me that, Stanley. Will it ever be enough? Well, I'll say this. I'm done making things for you. From now on, I will only create to fulfill a greater artistic purpose. Watch this, Stanley. I'm going to build a house.
I keep expecting, like, okay, we probably reached the end of, like, what this bit is able to deliver in terms of laughs, and, like, expansions on the core setup. It keeps getting me.
Let's see, what does it need? Yes, of course. And just to finish it all off, yes, it's complete. I made this, Stanley. Look at it. Gaze upon my work of art and feel ashamed at your own inadequacy. But you've only seen it from the outside. You've only gotten half the experience. Please, step inside and make yourself comfortable.
Just catching up. So, Baby Rose sound alert. Yeah, I think I took that off, didn't I? I ran out of space. Baby Rose had to go. Maybe we need to bring Baby Rose back. 'Tis the season. Wait, this beat is sick. It was pretty sick, huh? Should we sample that later? Oh, Jesus. 6 minutes, 52 seconds of that? Oh, no. I'm missing the building of the house. The super important building of the house. Yeah, I realized at some point, like, I'm just sort of, like, reading the subtitles and, like, mindlessly going in circles and not looking at
Isn't it grand?
what I could be looking at.
Isn't it perfect? It could only be better if... Wait, that's it. We must rebuild it out of diamond. Diamond everything. Yes, yes, yes. Come along, Stanley. We have to go mining.
Would this game, I guess, would you call it a walking simulator? Would that be the genre? Horseman, I think you brought it up. We were talking about Sims, right? And you brought it up in that conversation. I think that's how you originally recommended the game. I think, based on what I've seen, it's sort of like the anti-Sim. Like stealing away choice and commenting on the nature of choice and just constantly telling, like, you don't have choices. There is no, you know? Like the sort of, like, inverse of the immersive sim approach. Like, give the player as many choices and as much, like, immersion gameplay as possible.
Oh,
no, none of that. Stay on the
it
path.
Looks like it's going to get a bit
Everything's
dark.
scripted.
You brought a light?
Did the nicely bun emote used to be free? Is it not? Oh, wait, because it's animated. I had one that was not animated, but when I animated it, like all the animated emotes, you have to be a subscriber. Yeah, I don't think follower emotes are all just static emotes. I don't think there's the option to make animated ones available as follower emotes. So yeah, there was that one, and I think like I guess I had a couple that I made early on that I then animated and took away the static versions because I'm all out of slots, and they were like, had to make way for beans, among other things. You would say so? That's pretty much what I said when we talked about it. Yeah, I think you were right. It's a nice commentary on...
This is far more open-ended than I had in mind. I'm looking for something more narrow and linear. Something that makes you feel utterly irrelevant. This won't do at all. 1 out of 5. Even the diamonds couldn't save this one. Okay, new game.
And MSim has emergent gameplay. This game accounts for everything you do. Nothing is emergent. Everything is scripted, which is why this game is so good. Yeah.
Yes! I don't even know what this game is, but I love it.
I mean, there are probably plenty of games that could be considered like
listening to me talk. Oh, it's inspired.
The exact other end of the spectrum, right?
Myself.
Like everything's
What
accounted for. We want you to be on a very
I can't figure
specific
it out.
pathway.
Okay, now I'm
But the fact that this one like
let's go find out
lays
what the
everything
hell
bare
this
and like
is.
turns it into like it just explores the concept, and that's the entire theme of the game. It sort of is the well then actually no, I don't know anymore. This now that we have interactivity, that's new. Ads are here. I'm gonna take a quick break because I'm gonna stream for a while today. Whenever we finish up with this, we're gonna move on to the next game. I don't know. Like, is there a lot left for me to explore? I don't really want any spoilers, but like, is it looking like I'll have time for a second game after this one today? Anyway, I'll be right back. 1 minute. See y'all then. All right, thanks everybody for hanging around. Have you played Portal? I have, but I have not been through Portal 2, just the original, which I think Portal 2 is the better loved game, right? I need to fix that one of these days. There are a lot of endings now that you have to go for all of them. I figured there were a bunch. Like, I can already see a lot of areas left to explore that probably result in a... Thank you so much! Frederick, thank you. 6 months. You rule. Thank you. So much appreciated. No more ads? Oh, you were listing out the ads you got? Mountain Dew, Intel brand keyboard, Burger King, Subaru, Myers Soap, Funko Pop, Aubrey Plaza movie, and new phone data plan. Well, I hope you enjoyed them. One last hurrah for ads. You're set up for 6 months. That's so generous. Thank you so much, Frederick. Seriously, thank you. Sorry if you like ads. Yeah. Out of that batch, what are you most likely to purchase or consume? If you had to pick one thing, would you go see the Aubrey Plaza movie? Would you get a Funko Pop? Would you treat yourself to some Burger King? Burger King was, when I was a vegetarian, it was like the only fast food place that had a veggie burger back in those days.
It's a puzzle. Critical thinking, Stanley. Your forte.
So this is, yeah, okay. Portal reference. Got it.
Genius.
The ads were adding some entertainment value, but Jesus Christ, thank you, you're an insane little boy. Well, hold the phone. Aubrey Plaza film? The Marvel one? I currently have Myers soap in my kitchen, and I do like Aubrey Plaza. I don't know what is Myers soap? It's called Agatha All Along. It's Marvel. It's a miniseries. Oh, is this, wait. Agatha from WandaVision? That
Well,
Agatha?
actually, you know what? I think that's plenty. I really don't care much to see you stumble through any more of these games, and I highly doubt you're any wiser for the experience. Which is why, rather than continue to waste my time, I'm just going to leave you here. You can pretend you've beaten the game if it makes it any richer for you, but as for me, I've had enough. So, why don't you get cozy in this room, and if you have any grand revolutionary ideas for the perfect video game, you can just sit there and let it ball up inside you.
Didn't know she was in it. Might have to give it a watch. Yeah, that Agatha? Okay. Yeah, I'm way behind on Marvel stuff. I don't know what the state of everything is. Oh, whoops. But I did see WandaVision. Mrs. Meyer's soap is supposed to be like minimal ingredients and nice scents. Okay. Is it a nice scent? I haven't watched all of Marvel, just the stuff in the chronological edit, so I'm missing the latest stuff. Yeah, how recent was that? Like, I remember you talking about it when you were watching it. I do remember you bringing up WandaVision, so I know it was at least that recent, but that's now a couple years old, right? That's like the last, that and the Loki show, which I don't even know if that has another season, but the first season of Loki, I watched that. And I think that's the last thing I've seen. I am planning on just watching the chronological edit as it updates. I will never watch anything Marvel the normal way. How could you? How could you ever go back after that? There's a second season of Loki? Oh yeah, I might have to watch that. I really enjoyed the first one. I mean, Loki's always a good time, right? You have a lemon verbena? Verbena? A species of flowering plant in the verbena family. Verbena? Am I saying that correctly? Okay. Wasn't familiar. No, I know. Sorry, the soap scent. Oh no, don't apologize. I just, when I don't recognize a word, which is often, I have to go digging. All right, what is this? What is another part of the world that I don't understand or have yet to engage with? I spent 90 hours watching the MCU in chronological order by scene. I'm never getting that time back, and I have to keep going. If I don't, what was it all for? Yeah. If you don't, then the existential dread sets back in, right?
I wonder what he found. If what
Choo
he
choo.
wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Think of how many babies you could have saved in that time. We got a hype train from the 6 subs that gave us. Yeah, I saw that. And that's what the emote was. I was about to say that, and then narrator, as usual, cut in and distracted me. So this is the new emote. That's adorable. All right. Thank you again for that. Back to some of my favorites. Thank you for using them. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So, left? Wait. Maybe right, and then
When Stanley
red door?
came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too much, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Lidlos, Hele, Silent Shelf, Kooky Guy, the Ladybird. No, not the Ladybird. That's incorrect.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
The Ladybird, Tips Fedora.
Look, Stanley,
Salutations,
I think
the
perhaps
Ladybirds.
we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
Gonna have to start making flowcharts.
I realize
Yeah,
that investing
probably.
your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Yeah, okay, so now I see what you're trying to do. Like
Now
with,
listen
by
carefully,
way of the bot.
this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
The Ladybird.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
I don't think there's a translation of Junebug. That'd be a tough one, right? Because it's like not a word. Like I'm pulling in some French already. And referencing yeah, I mean you could just go for like the actual Junebug. What are Junebugs in Norwegian? And what is the Vivor part? They don't have a name? Do you not have those? I'm tipping my fedora every time I talk about the Junebug stream.
No,
That's what I hope. I
wait.
hope I make a
Where are you
stream
going?
that everyone wants to tip their fedora to. Or their trilby.
Oh, no.
I wouldn't mind a
Stay
trilby
away
tip.
from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
First 3 letters of the middle and last
Please, no,
name.
Stanley,
Vivor.
let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing. No! Oh, thank God. You lived. No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours. Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Now, if I go through
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
If I go blue first and then red, does
When
anything
Stanley
change?
came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen
This game was
carefully,
meant for
this
you.
is
The
important.
June Bug Parable.
Stanley walked through the red door.
It was. Sometimes you play a game and it just speaks to you. This
Perhaps
one is
you
speaking to me.
misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Horseman, this was a
I
great
still don't
recommendation.
think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Yeah, I really wanted to walk through this door because of that.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Yeah, correction. The June Bug Parable, right? We don't need any redundancies. The or maybe we do. 2 definite articles. Why not? More. The more, the merrier. More specific.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
The young bug. Okay, so this plays out the same.
Here. Yes.
But what if I just
it's
don't even...
Beautiful, isn't it? No, wait. Where are you going? If we just stay right here, right in this moment. Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here. No! What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here.
We don't have the in Norwegian, at least not in this context. No word for the. Huh.
You heard me before, didn't you?
I didn't know that.
You will die.
It's something
What
I
about
struggle
this
with
isn't getting
teaching,
through to you?
because Japanese also lacks that. It's really hard to. It's very hard to teach that.
Please, no,
Especially
Stanley, let
when
me
we get into
stay
like
here.
versus
Don't take this from me.
Like, why are you saying like the desk as opposed to a desk? Like, wow, okay. It's hard to like break that down because like we don't even have the foundational understanding of like
No.
definite
No,
articles
what are you
versus
doing,
indefinite
Stanley?
articles in your
Please,
language. So there's
I'm
like
asking
nothing
you
for
not
me
to
to
take this
really
away from me. I can't go back
compare
to what I
this
was
to.
before. If you
That's
die,
familiar
we'll
to
both
you.
go back. Why are you doing this?
like we have debt, but that's
Stanley,
not used for things
let's
like
go
the
back to the
apple.
other
It's like
room.
that apple.
Can
Yeah,
you do
that's what
that
Japanese
for me?
has, right?
My
Like
God. Is this
kono,
really how
sono,
much you dislike my
mono,
game?
like
That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid
based
of
on
it?
proximity, right?
You
Like
were
this thing, that
literally willing
thing.
to kill
They have two
yourself
for
to keep
that.
me
They have
from being
a that
happy.
is
Am I reading the
proximate to the
situation
listener,
correctly?
but far from the speaker. Like if there's something next to you and I'm speaking to you, I would say like that glass next to you. And then they have a different with that, I don't know, for like something that's distant from both of us.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore.
To make an apple,
I
the
just
apple you
wanted us to get
add a T
along.
to the end.
But I
Apple
guess that
is an
was too
apple.
much to
Applet
ask.
is the apple.
It looks like you wanted to
Oh,
make a choice after all.
interesting.
Well, this one is yours.
Isn't that how Latin works? I never took Latin. I just gave like a cursory look once or twice. But doesn't that stuff
Is it
get
over? It's going to
backloaded
restart,
onto
isn't it?
words, I want to say?
I'm going back.
But it depends on the gender. Oh, y'all gender nouns. I didn't know that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It's another like problem with my username, right? Like le is the masculine, right? As opposed to la. But then Jean, right? That would be a feminine. Ends in an E. That's the feminine version, feminine conjugation of Jean, right? I think. Does Japan have gendered language? No.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah, I did see the bot going there, but I didn't really. I saw gibberish, so I just kind of zip by it. But yeah, car, ice cream one, not one. So a car, the car. car. It's a car, not an ice cream one. A car. But it could be an ice cream car. But no, not one. So a car, the one and only. But not an ice cream, not an ice cream car. A car.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
N is male, et is neutral, L is female. Is this for Latin? En gut et apple. A gente. A boy, an apple, a girl. The car.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
No, Norwegian? Okay. My first thought was you're talking about Norwegian, but then when you said I thought, oh, maybe you're talking about a language that you
There was
don't know for
nothing
sure.
here. No choice to make, no path to
I do
follow.
not know Latin.
Just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Me neither. I wish I'd taken it instead of French. Although, based on how much French I know, I'd be in the same position. Yeah.
Coming to a
I don't know
staircase,
anything.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I don't know for sure. I suck at Norwegian. I don't know the words for stuff. Okay. There's a little book I can send you a link to. Yeah? Do it. I would love to take a look. One time when I was in high school, a guy unironically tipped his hat to me. Abandoned that closet a little quickly. Did I? I think I was just reading chat and then I got distracted. Can I go back? Can I go back? Alright, we'll have to get it again, huh? I was about to ask, I was thinking like, okay, let me just keep running around wildly and just, okay, I don't want to do that again. see what I find, but I was about to start asking, like, does anyone have a recommendation for a place I should go? Something I gotta see that I have not wandered into yet. Hey, Sethasor, what's going on? Welcome. When's the last time everyone unironically tipped their cap at anybody?
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
Oops. Uh-oh. What have I done? Why am I not getting my... Oops. So I can't use my keypad. Because I'm missing my... There we go. It was open. Oops. It's entirely in Latin. Starts off like a children's book. I'm trying to remember. Do you study Latin? Did you in the past? Could try the code incorrectly. I think I did, right? I was expecting something to happen. Miss Sethasor. And salutations to you as well. One thing that apparently makes Norwegian really hard to learn for some people is that we just know what words are which gender, and different dialects use different gender for stuff. Some even just don't use female. Huh. That's one thing I'm glad I don't have to deal with. Like, other than high school, trying to learn
Stanley
French.
walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control
Which I guess I was doing it
Facility.
then, but in recent years, Chinese and Japanese, I don't have to try and memorize what gender a computer is.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
So, like, I know that a car is in, house is it, etc. And it's just natural to me. It's a bit like how some people struggle with A and N, but there's an actual rule at least. Yeah. Actually, it's more like, this stuff, it's, you know, it comes up a lot since I teach it, but it's like when I'm teaching, like, I'm going to school. I'm going to school. I'm going home. We don't need the two. I'm going to the hospital. But I'm going to school. I'm going to the hospital, or I'm going to the store, or I'm going to Kasumi supermarket. Not the Kasumi supermarket. Unless, I mean, you can, like, that's the thing. It gets like, you know, trying to teach that to students, and they're just like, why? Like, well, sometimes it's kind of like contextual, like we're referring to like a specific place, and it came up previously in conversation, and we're referring to that specific one, and it's like it's so much explanation to do, but a lot of it's just, it comes naturally. You don't really think about it as an English speaker. It's just like, yeah, you know, no, I don't go to the home. I go to home. I go home, right? It'd be weird. It would sound weird if I said it a different way.
Monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley...
And of course, different dialects of English do that differently, so that's a very similar issue.
In this place where freedom meant
You sound like
nothing.
Starfire from Teen Titans. Yeah, yeah, right. It's like little things like that, right? Yeah. You sound like an alien, or really it's just like stuff like that. Like, it comes up, someone who wasn't like a native, it comes up when you toot, for sure. It's already hard to
This
enunciate
mind
for your
control
butt,
facility,
you know?
It was too horrible to
Butt's good at
believe it
vowels,
couldn't be
but
true.
consonants,
Had Stanley really
it's hard
been
to
under
make
someone's
consonants with the
control all
cheeks, you
this
know?
time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Especially when you're seated, you know, it gets all kind of muffled, mushed together.
No. He refused to believe it.
Go to the home
He
sounds like you're talking about a
couldn't
retirement
accept
home or
it.
something.
His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable.
That's what I expect
Wasn't
all of you
it?
to be saying to me
Was
most of the
it even
time.
possible?
You know,
Had he truly
when I'm just like
spent
wandering in
his
circles
entire
and
life utterly blind
forgetting
to the world?
my way through a building that only has like, you know,
But here was the proof.
2 ways
the
of
heart
like
of the
egress.
operation.
I'm just like, all right,
Controls
Legion Bug, let's get you
labeled
to
with
the home.
emotions,
It's time.
happy
It's time.
or
We're taking the
sad
keys away.
or content,
Taking the mouse away. Taking the controller
walking,
away.
Eating,
You-
working, all of it
you're done.
monitored and
You're done here.
commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Okay, so this time I can probably hit the button successfully because last time I was in this room, y'all had me playing on my toes, and it was not so easy to try and achieve anything really, any particular thing. Whenever my dad goes to Home Depot, he wait, can I read? Specifically says he's going to the Home Depot, and I poke fun at him about it every time. Yeah, my dad does. It's not that. He has a habit of adding a possessive onto like store names or like company names, you know. And like I wonder if it's like a generational thing because like he grew up, you know, like in upstate New York, like a small town where like everything was like a mom and pop business. So it's like, yeah, I'm going over to Frank's. I'm going to eat at Joe's. So it's just like, I'm going to Kroger's. I'm going to Food Lions. You know, stuff like that. You know, I'm going over to Lion's Place to get some food. But it's kind of a similar thing, I guess. Lots of immigrants also struggle with the fact that Norway has tons of Swedes and Danes just speaking Swedish-Danish because Norwegians in general can understand them just fine. And some of the things you're talking about, like, so you're saying it changes within the dialect. I would imagine it changes between the language quite a bit too. Yeah. It might be a regional thing too. There's a chain in New England called Hannaford, and everyone calls it Hannaford's. Huh. Yeah, that might be it too. Could be a regional thing. A little bit of both. Because definitely, like, now in this generation, like, how many things, like, if you were to think through, like, the last 20, 30 places you shopped, like, were any of them, how many of them were, like, small businesses that would actually, like, warrant that aren't, like, a chain? And they're actually going by the name of the proprietor. But, like, there was a time where that was the case. Like, the chain was the anomaly. We're going into town. We're going to this big fancy new chain called... Well, actually, you say that, and the McDonald's has the possessive, right? That's how they got so popular. A chain in mom and pop's clothing. Yeah. And Swedish and Danish have completely different rules. Okay. Oh yeah, there are Norwegian dialects that are harder for me to understand than some Swedish dialects. Huh. Yeah, actually well, it's not a different language. I was saying, like, you know, if I go back home, even some of my family, because, you know, I'm from the South, and some of them are even more Southern than me. It's like, oh, it would be easier for me to understand, like, I don't know, Australians or, like, people from New Zealand, UK, you know. It's still English, but, you know, other than, like, some dialects from back home.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place.
You get an Appalachia, man. It's like, I
everything
don't know
it
what the
stood
fuck you're saying
for.
right now. Sure, just gesture. I think, yeah, fine. I mean, I got a drawl, too. I think we can just slur our way to some kind of understanding here if we gesture wildly enough. Yeah. Basically none. I'm a slave to late-stage capitalism, and I can only afford Walmart. I believe you mean Walmart's. Old Sam's. Sam's Club? Sam's Club. You're in the fold. You're part of it. When you're here, your family. It's like the Olive Garden, you know? We're all one of Sam's. Okay, so what did I hit before? Off, right? Let's go for an on.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything. Something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
I think this is my favorite thus far.
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Danish and Norwegian, bokmål, most common written language in Norway. Are almost identical though, so their Danish is easier. Okay. The rural Appalachian accent is seriously like another language to me. I'm with you, man.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
I used to spend a lot of time in that area. Like, I like to go hiking, but then also just like I would go to a lot of like bluegrass festivals and like, yeah, like state fair kind of things and farmers markets and stuff. You go out there and it's like, I don't know what you're saying right now, but love the way, man, you play a mean fiddle. So I think we'll just communicate the language of music. All right, we got to go back to that closet, I guess.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Go to Ireland and talk to bus drivers. You'll quickly realize how broad English dialects can be. That's a good point, too. Yeah. I definitely... I mean, it's already tough for me because, like, I'm not a native Chinese speaker. You know, I'm not Chinese. But when I lived there, like, oh, my God. You know, completely different languages.
Stanley took
I think it really
the first
stretches
open door on his left.
the definition of dialect, how much it changes going through China. Just like I would think like, okay, I have a basic understanding. And then, was it not over here? Where was that broom closet? I go to some places like, I have no idea what language you're even speaking right now. I can't understand a single word.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't.
Was it after the
5
jump
years
off?
ago.
On this walkway? Is that where that was?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Was it up top here? I don't think I've been up there recently, though.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else
Closet
can
is through
be
the left
difficult,
door?
but the fact
Oh, it
is
was?
that the story has been about nothing but you. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good
I need to go
job,
to the home.
Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Swedish written is really weird. They use a lot of C's and have a lot of strange words that make them sound like they're stuck in the 1800s. Would you say it's the kind of language that tips its cap at you? Does Swedish unironically tip its cap?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Is that what all the extra
What could
C's are
it
for?
mean?
They're for cap. All
Stanley
the caps.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I've got my handouts, and now I need to put the finishing touches on my presentation. Congrats. Home stretch. That must feel good.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
If it's anything you want to share, I'm interested. I love, we talked about it a little bit. I love the topic.
Yet there was not a single person
so,
here.
if you like sharing
either.
any of the stuff you've made.
Feeling a wave of
this is still for
disbelief,
your...
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office.
I almost
hoping
said
he might
sermon,
find an answer
although...
there.
But your lesson on... Oh... What was it on exactly? It's religious studies, I know. I'm trying to remember the exact subtopic you were going to do your class on.
Be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to
I guess I should say theology, right?
I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Reverence. Thank you. Basically how to act and its roots. Did I leave this room kind of quickly? Horseman, am I missing something in here? Might be a later thing. Some of these options start to blend together after a while. Gotcha. Yeah, I can see why. 83 slides. Haven't done everything I could have. Sounds like you covered a lot of ground, though. And Icelandic is entirely different, being closer to Norse than any other Scandinavian languages, other than Faroese, if I remember correctly. They are different spoken, but can understand each other's writing. Wait. Do I know this? Belongs to the West Scandinavian group of the North Germanic languages. Am I saying it right? Faroese? Oh, the Faroe Islands. Yeah, I didn't, kind of obvious, but I don't know. Just wasn't familiar.
Coming to a staircase,
Interesting.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
All right, anyone have any favorite things they did in this game? I'm trying to think, like, what else I could do. I know there's still plenty of stuff, right? Because I feel like this is, like, a huge gap. I did look. It's, like, a couple hours to finish the game, but, like, upwards of, like, more than 10, I think, to do a completionist, right? I don't feel like I need to get every ending, but if there's something really good that I should see. Fall off the mind control facility walkway? Okay. That's,
Here's the door, just go.
Wait, is this to the mind control? Are we taking the elevator down? Which one? This one? Or a different? There's an elevator after the break room. Oh, I think that's one of the first things I did, if it's that same elevator.
Stanley walked straight
Go
ahead
left when he
through
says
the
go
large
left after
door
the break
that
room.
read Mind Control
I think I know what you're talking
Facility.
about. In which case, yes, but maybe I didn't do everything there is to do down there.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Oh, maybe, no.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very
Did I miss a place where I could fall
And as
off?
the
I've been
cold
looking
reality
for
of his past
anywhere I
began
could
to sink in,
jump off the
Stanley
walkway, but it
decided
seemed
that
like it
this
was all...
machinery would never again exert its terrible
It was back where I
power
came in
over
after another
another
cycle?
human life.
Wow,
For
did I miss it?
he would dismantle the controls once
Okay.
and for all.
Can I just... Yeah, okay. Did I miss a gap in the fencing there?
Already this was uncomfortable.
The handrail?
And Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his
I do.
left.
I notice a lot more paperwork than usual. Maybe I should
Yet
have...
there was not a single
explored
person
that
there
room.
either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
But I'm so...
Stanley
oh.
decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Does some of this stuff not trigger until you've... Because I think that's the first time I've chosen to begin the game again, right?
Here's the door, just go.
Sometimes you have to choose that option, yeah, okay. As far as I know, you never really start a new game. Is it one of those, like, you would have to uninstall a game to really get it back to a blank slate? Doki Doki Literature Club was like that, right?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
So did you mean around, because like, at this point I was looking for it. I think you can delete save data, but I'm not sure. No, right ahead, just use the chair to get up on that desk. Oh, okay, got it. I was just trying to like find a place I could just walk off, but now I'm with you. Thank you. Oh, we need to hit the button. Gotcha. Or. Definitely need to hit the button first. Okay. We were talking about nothingness earlier this stream. I wanted to experience a little bit of it as much as I can. Okay. Let's try that again. Obviously of zero actual importance, but you'd be creating additional Game Boy sub badges now that oh my gosh. Thank you. I always like see something that reminds me of that when I'm in the middle doing something else, and I always forget, and I have yet to make a note of it. Yes, I do need to. Thank you. I'm sorry. Some of y'all have supported the channel for so long now. Just when I made some of this stuff, it never in my wildest dreams. Like Frederick famously coming in and dropping a bunch of gift subs, and I didn't even have an alert. Like, wait, what? Somebody would want to gift a sub to my channel? Someone wants to subscribe to this? Well, I never considered the concept. It's amazing. I keep thinking, like, okay, at a certain point, I'll run out of things to make or create for the stream, and I'll just be good. And like, no, there's always something else, even more than a year in. Just keep finding things.
There was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided
not Game Boy, I
to
guess,
go
but whatever
up to his
handheld that is.
boss's
Yeah.
office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Also, love the Game Boy, but it's
Coming to a staircase,
a
Stanley
Sega
walked
Dreamcast.
upstairs to his
Excuse me,
boss's office.
VMU. Because originally I had the idea for a bunch of VMU-based emotes. Now there's only like 2, 1 for sure. No, I guess I have like maybe 3. I have to look at my own emotes. What do I even have? There are currently 1, just 2, I guess. Yeah, 2 VMUs left from the original crew, still standing. You made the cut. Unhinged. When you sub multiple months at once, you get the sub badge for all the months you paid for. Okay. Yeah, I'll get that updated here soon, hopefully. I don't know if Mr. Red Eye's still hanging around. I owe Mr. Red Eye some emotes that are supposed to be done by now. I gotta do that first, I think.
Here's the door, just go.
And I'm still trying to find, I got to do the community art stream for the 300 followers, which is now a month. Month that just flew by. Got to do that soon. The VMU is a tiny little thing. It was so cool, though.
Stanley walked straight ahead.
There really wasn't much I ever did on it.
Mind control
There was like a memory game. There was some stuff. There's some stuff linked to Sonic Adventure 1, actually, for raising your Chow. Those little
The
creatures
lights rose on an enormous room packed with television
that you can get in the
screens.
game.
What horrible secret did this place hold?
Yeah, I didn't really like end up
himself.
playing much
Did he
on
have
it,
the
but it was
strength
just such a
to
cool
find
little
out?
thing to have, like as a memory card. And there was some really cool functionality, and just like having it in the controller. Like, oh, I'm playing Resident Evil, I can see my health at all times on the screen. If I'm playing Soul Calibur, I can see my character swinging their weapon around. That was really neat. But there was even stuff like you could pull it out. I don't play sports games, but if I ever felt so inclined, you could, like in the NFL 2K games, choose your play on your memory card and then pop it back in the controller, so that your opponent, since you're sharing a screen, wouldn't know which play you just picked. That was pretty cool. So having badges for a year before you have stream for a year is smart. Yeah, I don't even know how many I made. I think it only goes up to like 9 months. I'm way behind, right? Did you play Metroid Dread? No, I haven't. Did you like it? I assume you played it. I haven't really played that much Metroid. The original Super Metroid, Metroid Fusion, and the first Metroid Prime, I think, is the extent of my Metroid experience. Okay, maybe it's all the buttons in the room before falling down. I was about to ask, like, so now.
All of his co-workers were gone.
It's amazing.
What could it mean?
I did hear good things about it.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What do you use to make your emote art? I think I've made everything in Photoshop. Combination of Photoshop and I might have been an illustrator for some of the stuff. But yeah, just that. In terms of the animation, I just animated everything within Photoshop. Whoops. I'm visualizing my artistic process. I'm not visualizing the game in front of me. Let's try this again. Yeah.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
It's a sequel to Fusion. I didn't realize that. Are you sure this is an OG version of the game? Ultra Deluxe more than doubles the endings in the game. Oh, yeah.
Yet there was not a single person here.
I said I was going to get the Ultra Deluxe
Feeling a wave
version,
of disbelief, Stanley
and I
decided to
realized
go
right
up
before
to
I
his
started
boss's
streaming
office,
that I didn't.
hoping he might find an answer there.
I meant to.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked
At that point, I was like,
upstairs to his boss's office.
I did think, like, should I just forge ahead with this game? Because, like, I had that one. I was, like, about to purchase it, and then I had the idea, like, well, I want to play the follow-up game from the same developer. And then I clicked onto that page on Steam, and like, oh, there's a bundle, there's a bundle sale that packages the two together. Well, let's just do that. And I just...
Here's the door, just go.
I got distracted. Something shiny. Look, sale. Not realizing, like, I was no longer adding the Ultra Deluxe version to my cart. I was adding the standard version, and that is now what I have. That would explain a lot. You may have actually gotten most of the content then. Okay. Any last things to do then? Or is this where we leave it? I can't really think of anything I meant to do. Oh, wait, you mentioned the elevator. Let me just check that real quick.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Since I was a kid, the word deluxe has always been hilarious to me. I don't know why. Same thing with premium. Yeah? Is there any particular association you have with those words?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Here, I
And
think.
so
Is this
he
what you
detoured
were talking
through
about,
the
Frederick?
maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
OG has like 20 endings. Not sure. Never played the original game. Only deluxe edition. I probably should have gone for that, huh? But the sale. The sale. I mean, that version was on sale, but the bundle was not. And I needed more games. More games singular or more games plural. That was the trade-off today. You get more of one game or more games, but less of one within the two. 19 endings to find the Stanley Parable, with Ultra Deluxe including an additional 24. Uncharted territory for you. Well, thank you for leading me to the endings that you know from the other version. Those words just seem like they are trying so hard to be deluxe and premium. Like their own definitions, they're trying to convince you they are those things. Yeah, that's very... Like, as you're saying that, like, I actually am having a memory of... I'm trying to remember
off track. So
what it
in
was.
order to get back, he
I feel like I remembered my parents buying some kind of lunch meat. And it was... I mean, I think I find most, like, lunch meats to be kind of gross, so I'm maybe, you know, not the best person to evaluate this. But it was like something selection, like finest selection or deluxe selection or something, in like a very fancy like cursive font with like some gold foil, and this like sort of like tinted lunch meat package, and then you open it up, it's like it's just the same bullshit. It's just not in like a bright yellow like, hey, it's bologna kind of like package. You know, it looks like it's real finery. So I have like a kind of a silly association with like that word, something selection, finest selection, the very finest bologna.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Man, cheap viewers. Look at that.
Let's see, we went
Stone
down,
Bordy has been
right,
doing such a phenomenal job with mod
down,
duties that
left,
I kind of
right.
forgot all about
Yep,
cheap
okay,
viewers
yes.
and best viewers.
I've got it now. This story is absolutely
Forgot these
definitely
offers were out there.
This way.
Wait. That's not working like it used to. What? No, I can't remember. Couldn't I just use to ban it like this? But no, I don't see the option. Oh, thank you, Stone Buddy. You roll. What can I say? I give away some some tasks to you for like a week, and then I forget how to do everything. Appreciate you. Also, my sibling growing up thought saltine crackers were called premiums. That's one of the brands you can buy. Yeah, I can visualize the box. That's very funny. I feel like I want to start using that. I could really go for a pack of premiums right now. That just sounds like I need some cigarettes, actually. I think the dev agrees. The new version is ultra deluxe, so I think the dev is making a joke. I already have the cheapest viewers. Yeah. Select Bologna. It's selected for a deluxe premium. The first one in like a week, too. Yeah, you did a pretty thorough evisceration of all of their tricks, but they found a way through it today. I always found this to be really funny. Plus Ultra. Plus Ultra. The national motto of Spain. Or a secret society in the Disney film Tomorrowland. Never saw it, but I do remember going to Tomorrowland as a kid. Wasn't that at Epcot? Go beyond Plus Ultra. A special phrase said by the characters All Might and Deku from My Hero Academia before striking their enemies with great force. Plus Ultra. Deluxe. Ever seen cigarette smoke marinated steak? Were you talking about this recently? I don't think I've seen it, but I feel like you were talking about some...
No.
I think you were talking about like prison cooking
You're
methods.
not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler.
Cigarettes.
Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to Oh, who am I kidding?
Nah, no way.
It's all
I've seen the video. It is
rubbish
awful.
now. The whole
It's
story
real.
completely unusable. How about rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
This is the video. Oh God, I'm 3 seconds in. I've had enough. Smoking meat with 500 cigarettes. That looks. And it's not like, I mean, I was a smoker for a long time. I opted in for that shit. And still want to from time to time. Would still love to. All right, close the door before you leave the office. This door? Maybe not this one. Prison cooking, like Gypsy Rose showing her recipes.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to
You're talking
go
about
to the
another
meeting
YouTuber?
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
Multiple
memo.
people had this amazing idea. No, another YouTuber makes other abominations. King Cobra. I feel like that's what you were talking about before, yeah? Oh, this door? That's closable. Wrong game again. Okay. Unless there's anything else. Are we moving on? Are we checking out the beginner's guide then? I don't really have any ideas. I mean, I could probably keep wandering around and find something that springs to mind, but how many hours in now? This is 3 hours? Could unplug the phone? Okay. I think there are like 15 endings left. No kidding. So I haven't done hardly anything. Again, 19 endings in the base game. I have a lot left to see, huh? How many have you gotten? I don't even know, because I don't, like, what is an actual, like, bespoke ending and what is, I guess, are they all endings? Like, every time the game terminates some way? Because I've been to the museum, I've died. I've died a couple different ways, right? I died, like, jumping off that initial moving platform, and then I died jumping off the stairwell. The nuclear explosion, the escape, the good ending, I guess, quote unquote. But yeah, I don't really know, like, are those all specific bespoke endings, or yeah, poor little Stanley stuck here forever. Stream doesn't end until we get every ending. Cooks a nasty burrito and lets it sit overnight uncovered and eats it with roaches in it. Oh god, what, really? Ew, why? That's not even like, hey, we're doing like epic mealtime kind of stuff. That's just that's not even
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself.
Yeah, I do wonder
This
what counts
is
as
what
an
I
ending.
wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Ride the lift and the phone will be through there. Ride the lift. Okay. Phone. Also, 1 second. There we go. No? Oh, there we go. Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
The lift,
This was not the correct way to
This
the
one?
meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
the one you can fall off of.
It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
This lift?
Stanley
here?
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Yeah, I guess
Look,
I haven't,
Stanley, I
like,
think perhaps we've gotten off
I've
on
only
the
ridden
wrong
this to the end
foot here.
once, right?
I'm not your enemy.
I'm always
really,
jumping
I'm
off,
not.
going somewhere else.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please,
Oh,
stop trying to
down.
make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside.
And just don't answer the phone?
To let her back into your
Okay.
life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person, but if used incorrectly can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Stephen has a choice. He could spend years helping improve the quality of life for citizens of impoverished third world nations. Or he could systematically set fire to every orphan living in a 30-kilometer radius of his house. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
My goodness, it's 4:30.
Excellent.
I'm supposed to be having a back, sack,
Making
and crack.
choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
There are a lot of games, but just general media that do that, right? Like the 1940s, 50s kind of aesthetic, like film strip, kind of ironic take on, you know, like PSAs or something from that era, like the animations to match. But that's one of the funnier ones I've ever seen. That was very good. Incoming backlog calendar facts. Hell yeah. Let's go.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just
Sure
need to
would.
get
It's
you
called
home as soon as
Psycho
possible
by Alfred
before
Hitchcock.
the narrative
Oh,
contradiction
spoilers.
gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality. Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
It took 220 years after the pencil was invented for someone to invent the eraser. An average of 1.2 million acres of U.S. woodland burn every year. Q is the only word in the English language that is still pronounced the same way when the last 4 letters are removed. Yeah. Students in Holland build a robot that pours the perfect glass of beer. It takes 1 minute, 11 seconds to pour the ideal mix of beer and froth. And chewing gum can help improve one's memory. Those are some great facts. So you're telling me I need to slow down my beer pour to get a better drink. It should take me 1 minute and 11 seconds if I'm going to be anywhere close to what the robot can do. I would have to imagine it changes on the beer, though, right? Like, there's a way you pour a Guinness as opposed to...
It's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that you...
Other beers.
My story. You've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to. I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
All right, so where else can we go? I'm just seeing, like, are there other... Click on door 435 times. I was looking at the achievements, like maybe that would guide me towards another ending. Don't play the Stanley Parable for 5 years. All right, I cannot wait to get that achievement in 2029. Complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes 22 seconds, not including load times. Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. Do they have, is there an achievement you cannot get so you can never have a perfect game score on this game? I love that, if so. You should take the door on the left. Ultra Deluxe made it 10. I'm trying to think the last time I saw like some really good achievements or trophies like that were jokes. I feel like Undertale had some. No, wait. Well, kind of. Undertale had a bunch of like, what was it? Just like, I don't know, use a candy. Or it was like use some kind of consumable. It's like we needed a trophy here, and we needed another trophy here, and another trophy here. Just like the simplest kind of nothing trophies. Like I don't really feel like doing this, but I need to make trophies for the game.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
An unachievable achievement. I imagine completionists lost their minds.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Nightshark 115.
Stanley spoke the code. Nightshark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall. I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please
say nothing.
Speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait.
You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Is that where we leave it? Don't leave the office? Click on the door.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
The papers are gone.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Another quick one is on the left after you leave the room. Use a chair to climb up on the desk, then go out the window. Ooh, okay. None of these are really... this one. Okay, maybe. Or is it in the next room? Maybe here? No windows. To the exterior. Is it here? I don't know if I can get on top of that. It says 433 and 434. Thank you. So this is it. I mean, okay. Maybe just different angle. This would be the chair, right? It's the only one that's kind of pulled back from the desk enough to potentially get on, but... Oh, wait, there we go. Oh, now I can't stop doing it. Okay, I don't know what changed, but sure. Now, how do I get around is the question. There should be a crouch button. Is it really? This whole time I didn't even know I had a crouch. I just assumed I couldn't really do much of anything. Look at that.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Okay, I'm sick of it. You got me. Do you just have to quit? I guess. Just click yes. I did, but maybe I'm not at the right spot. I guess you gotta quit out. You do have to quit.
This is the story of a man.
You get a different
named
ending if you hit yes from the
Stanley.
start? I was thinking. I mean, now that
All
I've
of
been
his
teased, I
co-workers
had to
were gone.
go.
What could it mean?
See it
Stanley
the other way.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Wait, what was the sweet spot? Right here, right? There we go. Oh. Oh, I'm back down. Whoops. Sometimes I hop right up on it. Other times. Wasn't it just right here? There we go. Crouching and uncrouching sometimes helped? Yeah, okay. Thank you.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
I guess it's time. Okay. Yeah, I guess only 2 endings left I can think of. Oh yeah? If you want to give me a hint, I'll go try and get them. Otherwise, I mean, I've had a great time, but I've had my fun. I love this. This was a great choice. Thank you, Horseman. I earned a hype chest. Was this because of the hype train? I guess so. Choo choo. Choo choo. We got a chill girl. Well, that's fun. Go to your boss's office. All right, let's do it. Enter just a little bit and then run back out before the doors close you in. Okay.
This is the story. How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping he coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh. The double doors? Okay. Oh, just right here. Yeah, I was
Here's
starting
the
to think,
door.
like, maybe just... I am still in the reception area, but... Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast. Money crisp. Extreme bathrooms. Extreme bathrooms. Tired of getting ash on your porcelain? Bath? Bath, I think? Something testifies in the trial of the century? Faucet pipes? Offshoots? Having trouble reading that one. I head back down, back the way you came. I can't believe I never went in the bathroom until now. TPS report. Whoa. You are now leaving. Escape pod bay, floor 760.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
One left? Let's do it. Click on the 419 computer. 419. And the 423. Do I have to get up on the desk? Restart the game each time? Oh, okay.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Ah, gotcha.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Now the secretary's desk outside your boss's office.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. All of his co-workers were gone.
And 434?
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference.
Yeah, I figured. Then mine. Gotta head to bed. I kept myself awake for the last 1-2 hours so I could see the start of Freak's stream and say hi. Now I have. Thanks so much for hanging out. Hope you have a good rest. And maybe we'll see. Thank you again for the gift subs. Really appreciate it. Yeah, we're gonna finish this up and head into the beginner's guide. Got some great June streaming, like 30 minutes of Freak stream. Worth ruining my sleep schedule over. I appreciate you. Are you currently trying to change your sleep schedule? Because you're saying you were sleeping during the night recently. And that's it? These buttons just reset forever? Okay. I was kind of waiting, like, is something going to happen? Hell yeah, thank you so much for guiding me towards those. I wouldn't have found those. Those are fun. That was great. I loved that. Just wanted to catch the streams. It was great having you. Yeah, in terms of like the walking simulator type of game, that's about as good as it gets. I feel like my favorite might still be, not that they need to be in competition with one another. I do really love What Remains of Edith Finch. That one, like, just emotionally affected me to a degree that this did not, but it's not that kind of game, right? This one, hilarious. Such a good time. Very smart. A lot of cool ideas to consider. Yeah, it was great. What a ride. So, I think... What game? Oh, What Remains of Edith Finch is maybe still my favorite in terms of like the walking simulator genre. Have you played that one? I'm a big fan of that. That one hit me in a way that few games do. I thought I heard water main or something. No, just me with my typical sloppy drawl. Okay. Beginner's Guide. Now, should I change the stream back to Astrobot? That is how I like to start things off now, apparently. For your Stanley. Glad you enjoyed it. We'll get you into the deluxe edition someday. Time to guide some beginners. Have you played this one, Horseman? Yeah, I probably should have gotten the deluxe edition. I had a great time though, and I feel like perfectly satisfied on the number of endings there were. I think even if I had gotten the deluxe, I wouldn't have wanted to do it all in one stream because already like 4 hours, like had a great time, no criticism, but I'm ready to play something else. But you don't have to do it all in one go. Was confused. I have usually at least heard of most of the games mentioned here. Yeah. Deluxe. I've never played What Remains of Edith Finch, but I've seen parts of playthroughs. I might have to play it someday. I recommend it. I do. That's one I just played it start to finish all in one go, and by the end, it had me. Haven't played this before? I'm intrigued. Heading to bed. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for coming again. Thank you as always. I think actually, if y'all are cool, I'm gonna take like 10, 15 minutes maybe in between games here. Keep the stream running, but it's like 2 p.m. I could use something to eat. I got some leftovers in the fridge. I might step away for a minute, get something to eat, and come back and do the next game. Han fin stream videre. Further. Go have snack. Snack or just like outright lunch, actually. And I do need to hang some laundry that I started. So, yeah, let's say... Let's say 2:15 Japan time. That's 17 minutes from now. Bed for me. It is 1 a.m. Yeah, I figured it was pretty late for you. Great stream. I'll catch the rest tomorrow on rewatch. Thanks again for the recommendation. Yeah. Y'all have a good rest. For anyone coming back or just hanging around, I'll see you in 15 minutes. Good improvement. I'll be here until COVID lulls me to sleep. Right. Yeah. So back in 15. Fuck you, bot. Until then, y'all be well. For anyone not coming back, have a great night. I'll see you next time. So back in a few.